リスマスゆいちゃんち。
Ya, tek muele. Ya, tek muele.
クリスマスゆいちゃんち。
Ya, tek muele.
クリスマス
All right. Making sure everything's playing. That's all good. Remember to actually have my things around. Hi. Gonna move chat above me again. All right. So yeah, I desperately want to finish this game finally. I was getting really close, finishing up just leftover paths and whatnot, and big going for it. I want to finally get this game done. It's a very good game, but I feel... I accidentally hit my mic switch. I feel like I've been trying to finish this game for the last 3-4 sessions, but like there's more content and I want content. I need to know the end for all of these. Set up distillery. Okay, so we plug away, we continue at our menial task in the hopes to finally finish. I should not have worked the shift. It's something I did not want to do. Damn. Come on. Okay. I want to build more home. Yes. Ooh, finished it. Apartment get. Another point. An achievement. Okay, what should I get? Let's go with engage, I guess. That'd be the best one. I'm more or less just filling out the tech tree at this point. I don't know if there's a hard limit to what all I can make, but eat a stray? I'm feeding that stray. I will get a little animal friend if it kills me. Oh my god. The stray hops onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there beside a tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end. But this is a vast megastructure that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this, one down in the Warrens. Look at its sleek dark fur and the sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit also makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment, which you are squatting in. Watch the stray. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of life. Totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It is hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit and brushes along your legs, and then it's gone, out through the unit door, and back into the corridors of the low end. Cat get. Okay, cool. And Yarnix Ward. Yes, patrolled this block. Just have like one more of those. Yeah. Let's see if I can feed the stray again. Repeatable action? I'm just gonna keep doing stray things until it runs out. I must befriend this cat. Submit all valuable possessions to cat. I forgot to eat. Oops. Forfeit all possessions to cat. mushroom. The fungus would be mine. Speak about fungus, I need to go up here and see if my plants are grown. Aviary. Alright. Random mushrooms. God damn it. I got one. Two. Damn. I think I could do my last yarn egg with that. And then, I can sell these mushrooms at the import. Let's do that. Hell yeah. Let's see how far we go with this. Ugh, God, keep burping. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time, writing across the fluorescent taping a familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry. Sailing's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got to play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, and we need to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you're the only one of us that does already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to Essingarp. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implants and sending it to us, Essingarp, but we can't lock down its position. Drink. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe he can find some details on getting it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You only get them one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicked off before leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. Alright. The office. What do I need? Find the relay. Okay. So, the next following day I'll do that. But first, feed the stray. I've met this cat once and I'll kill him. I'll kill everyone for him. Pretty decent. Okay. At least for one of them. 100% positive. Let's go. Relay located. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you grab the drawer, you likely have 1,000 volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor point, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his coming back to your memory, his strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of Essenharp. Rabius said that the relay moved, and they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shuttle runs through you. Is he even in control, or has Essenharp wormed his way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yarnik's strings then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of the transmitter, likely controlling the link to Essenharp. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it. A snap it from the mainframe and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a minute before the shouts come before the scream, and you are already moving on your way out, down the corridor, down through the office that separates the lobby to Yarnik's office. Then out into the walkway where Yarnik lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Approach. You push through the crowd and there he is, still, crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he has been like this, a puppet for Essenharp. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means the man was gone a long time before now. You place a hand on his chest. You're sorry for him, but it is done now. You did not kill this man. You've seen enough, the connection is cut, and whatever Yarnik was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hardcore in your chest, and all of it is focused on Essenharp. Jeez. Another achievement stops the signal. Okay, so aftermath for that. What other things do we have? Gotta help set up the distillery. I'm having to wait for Yannick. I need more mushroom. So at this point, it's just making distillery and mushrooms. And waiting. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Come on, baby. Fuck. Overlooked distillery. Food. Talia stands back for the newly finished still in tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins, the overlooked distillery in all of its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing ingredients? Talia smiles. I think I got most of it covered between the food factories on the low end and the farm stacks on the Greenway. However, she pauses, there's an issue. Tell me. Well, Grill the drink, as you possibly guessed, is named after Grill the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need grill caps to make the grill, but no one wants to supply us. The distillers on the Greenway are taking all of the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our grill caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you some mushrooms. In fact, I have like 9 of them in my ass right now. Talia gives you a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut, okay? Maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. Palette puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set this all up. How hard could it be growing? Wow, I can't talk. We made a still. We set all of this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could, if we had something to grow them in for. Something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly, you feel like you've walked into a trap, and you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half that isn't even true. Don't be so modest. She pats your shoulder. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. What do you mean I can't use all these grill caps I have? I have so many. God, tomorrow's just gonna be a mushroom farming day. Okay, so I'm just waiting on that. I need to still find a thing for Rico. Spores, mushrooms, God, it's a lot. Okay. No, I need to feed the cat. Feed cat every day. Feed that cat. Ooh. Feed the stray. Sometimes the cat lets me pet it now. Aw, yeah. Oh, good rolls, good rolls. Oh my god, did I befriend the cat? Did I fuck up? Did I sleep? I don't know why I keep doing that today. Alright, mushroom stir fry, let's go. I'm probably gonna do a stabilizer this night. I want to wait till the Rabia thing finishes up because I wonder if I'll get an even bigger discount on stabilizer, and that would be real good for me. Collecting these spores. One grove spore. God, this is gonna take forever. Come on, I need my spores. Okay, gonna deliver these spores across the way to get the distillery done. And I'm probably gonna try and fill the other grow bed so I can finish the mushroom quest. Okay, so that's now waiting. Cool. First batch. What's this? The fabricator, exchange. Alright. I wonder if there's gonna be more content with the cat, because I want cat friend. I want feeding the stray cat to lead me to a giant cat colony, is my hope. Autonomy, if you will. It's probably something different. That's almost done. Batch B brewing. Time to grow some mushrooms. This far, I'm gonna be just like gambling away. Like, spend my time. I fucked up. Oh, nice. Okay. This is a very low energy session with Citizen Sleeper. Not entirely sure what a rant's about other than what I'm doing. I'm just very curious of what all of these endings for these quests are gonna be. Hopefully I'll be able to use the seed on the grow bed after this entire quest with Rico. And then I'll have to finish up the refugee quest line. Tracking. I still don't know where that would be. I feel labs. I literally just have to finish getting all these club heads to her. Okay. It's probably the last part of the Rico quest or something. Okay, so that's sorted. At least I know where it's gonna be now. Okay, I have to grow the mushrooms so I can plant the gardener's seed. Wait for the first batch. Grow club heads. So I just speak with Rabia tomorrow. Okay. So, my time, it's free. Freighter. Wondering what to do now. I wish I could sell these grill caps. Castor's done with me. I know what I can do. I want to see what happens if I buy this capsule. Oh yeah. It's a capsule. One last job. I wonder, is that gonna be like, is Bliss done? Or I thought Bliss was already done. I whatever. Buy me a meal. And I guess sleep. Oh, good rolls. Oh, Moritz. Sleeper, a long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave. Clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How have you been? Working hard. I bet, he grins. Well, you're always welcome to come hang at the bay if you want. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss. She said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she changed her mind, or something. He grins, because now we have someone looking for a retrofit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapons lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we have there when we're done. He laughs. Anyways, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So, come on up. Bliss is waiting for you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up here again. He grins. Like old times. Well, shit. When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Moore's supposed to be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit. Oh. Kita. Sleeper and Kita's drifting on one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Akita when you entered the room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago. But seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. She kicks off from the wall and comes a little bit closer. So what is it, she asks. Come to avenge Ashton or a sleeper, or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want your dirty money. Akita laughs. It isn't just my money that's dirty. She fixes you with a hard look. All of it stinks. She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off of her like a fire. You better be ready to sign, comes out a shout from the bay entrance, because I got my best repair tech coming up here, and oh, wow, I can't talk. I'm just, like, out of it today. Okay. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here, especially, and they're going to. Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Castia, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best one in the hood. She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Kita look at each other. We work together. Bliss squints at both of you before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Castia, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started as I am. Akita scrolls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts into the entrance. I'll be in the Gimel, she says, and leaves. Special, payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job, Miss Castia. I mean, Ankita. She gives you a knowing look. doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special arrangement. She sighs. I'm leaving. Leaving? Keep it down. I haven't told Moritz left yet. She looks down, just wanting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him to get worried about Nikita's history. We can be very productive, but he can be very protective. Why can't I read today? God. You should tell him. Look, all I care is that she is heading... Look, all I care is that she is heading for the Solarward Belt. She looks out at the bay. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm heading. She turns back to face you. All I wanted to ask, she stops, unsure. If you'd like to come with us. Ah, fuck. I can't. She interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Nikita if she'd carry two of us out. If she'd carry two of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyways, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyways. The berth is here. We've got to finish the job first anyways. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks. Before you can offer an answer, moments later, Morris enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The Solarward Belt. You push through your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Well. Okay. So I guess this is happening now. Alright. Another ending unlocked. Pretty much I'm gonna try and do this like the other ending that I did, where I pretty much beelined it, and then you did a double back for the no option so I can continue. And hopefully, this ending won't almost make me cry like the last one. Yeah. Got like a frog in my throat or something. Amber looks better than she's ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hall, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto the Amber. It turns out Nikita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Solarward Belt port that hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in the kind of a daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Castilla would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Castilla? He shrugs. She seems tired and old. Like, older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know that Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's been like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it was suddenly some vast space he didn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper. There was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going to? Before you can answer, Nikita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. Young Nikita, she's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bags, those, she's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them, and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless if I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs, I'll give you a minute, and she kicks off the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Amber still sits docked. Looking back at Moritz. Oh shit. I'm going. Moritz looks like he might pass out. I get it. He steels himself. It's the right decision. Thank you. Hey, thank you for working with me these past cycles. He smiles with a shaky smile. I learned a lot. Hey, look. He moves a little closer. You've got to find what you need. I did. Bliss, this place, you. This was everything I needed. He sniffs. I was in a bad place, and this pulled me out. He looks away. You go find it. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You coming then, sleeper? I'm coming. She nods. Well, okay then. Come over with your things and I'll get you settled. She pauses. I'm sure Amber will be happy to have you. You both glide away from Moritz, his eyes wet, but a smile on his face. He waves as you go, dwarfed by the vast bay, and you hope he'll make it, even though you know, somehow, that he will. Akita helps you through the lock onto the Amber, and the sense of familiarity is overwhelming. You think about all the time you spent working in these corridors, listening to these sounds, diagnosing those hisses. Akita gives you a minute before she speaks. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going back. It's not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me. She stops, unsure of how to proceed. It's okay, the past is done. She nods. She stops. Thank you. I don't know if we can begin again, but we can move on. She sounds pained, tired. As she moves off down the corridor towards the berths, she tries again. I don't think it was that I thought the wrong things about who or what you are. Wow, I'm struggling to talk right now. Or what you are. I think I just didn't think of you. I mean, I didn't think about how things might affect you. And I realized I've been like that for a long time. Focused, stubborn, willing to get the job done at any cost. She pauses. This is hard for her, but you don't want to interrupt. Well, I'm sick of paying that cost. I'm sick of being used as an extension of something bigger, something crueler than me, and having that violence flow through me. I just want to be me for a while. She looks down, or at least figure out who that is. She takes a deep breath. So what I'm saying is, you can get off at the first port we hit in the belts. I won't blame you. It's a smart move. She pauses. Or we can stick around. We'll see if we can find a way to make space for all of us. She looks away, her energy exhausted. Thank you. She nods. Nothing else. This is you. She turns you to a small room with a bunk and a porthole. To the flickering lights outside. The outside wall is sloped like a roof, and tucked beneath it is a small desk and terminal. Bliss is next door, though I think she's in the hold right now. She said she wants to make sure the warheads are locked tight down. Ankita observes her nervous response. I mean, they are, obviously. She gives you a look. Ankita slips away, and you look around the room. You go over to the porthole and place a hand on the wall and feel Amber purr. You think you were going to like it here. You stay here for a while, looking up at the porthole, one hand on the wall, feeling the ship. It is though that porthole that you will watch the eye getting smaller and smaller, drowning in the black. At some point, it'll become so small that you could hold it between your thumb and your index finger, and then it will wink out, and you won't be able to see it anymore. And it is at that moment that you will finally exhale and collapse onto your bunk. In moments, you will be asleep, and when you wake up, it will be among friends. On your way to somewhere new. Alright. That's another ending done. So yeah, I wanna look at my Xbox achievements for this game, see where I'm at. So I have like 3 achievements left that I can at least see. So one is grow your own, free spirit, and loot boxes, and then a bunch of secret achievements. I am just looking through the things real quick. Man, that was a good ending. That was really nice. Yeah. Okay, let's get the rest now. Back to farming those mushrooms. We gotta work on the farm. The time is now. God, almost finished with this game. I think there's like only one more big ending. And yeah. I would have pretty much 100% completed this entire thing. Did it just spit me back out? The ambergris. Alright. So I kind of want to send them off. I want to do that now, and I want to stay. That's my plan, because I want to see what happens for that. So I'm going to speed through that real quick and do a big reading, hopefully not cry. Yeah. Let's go again! Let's go again! Continue. Okay, read this. And I'm gonna, at this point, just do all the things. I'm staying. Mortz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. Alright then, you're staying, he grins. And Kita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back to over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the stalwart belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place. He smiles. Okay, but I need some help I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while and watch Amber and Bliss and Kita leave, and then Moritz goes to the Rex to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch a glimpse at the distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you realize there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts and no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belts, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning room that rotates around the tub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home now, for now, and it contains all the futures you need. Fixed stars. This is another ending. Hi, Brain. How are you doing today? You braining? Yeah, no, that's a mood. I am currently trying to get all the endings in this, and it's going well. So I got those two. Oh, next round is yours. March arrives on the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. How many are left for endings? I'm not sure. So there is 3 achievements that I am looking at right now that have like the ends for them that I can see, but it's to help with distilling alcohol, stealing things, and growing mushrooms. I don't think those will lead to endings, but there's 3 to 4 secret achievements. So I'm guessing there is one more ending that will lead from one of those. All the daily essentials, truly. There's one ending that'll lead from each of those duos, and I'm assuming it's a leave or go. Alcohol, mushrooms, and stealing, yeah. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down into the magnetic table. This place, you have decided, is ridiculous. A rapid spinning cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from the central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements, equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbings to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs, or shifting the table from table to table with graceful leaps. What are you thinking? Asked Moritz, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. What to do next? Moritz looks out at the gimbal. I try not to think too hard about that, he says absentmindedly. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. So, Sleeper, you sticking around? If you'll have me. Moritz nods. Of course, I'm going to need help in the bay. Moritz rubs the back of his head. One cycle at a time, that's how we take it. Nice and easy. You aren't sure if he is talking to himself or you. We'll make it. He lifts his drink for a toast. To the next cycle, he pronounces and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile up to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere among those points of light. To the next cycle. Wow, that's sad. Okay. So, Bliss's Bay. So I just have component repair as a job now, as if I need money. So what else do I have left? I could steal. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Ooh, perfect. All right. I didn't get an achievement, so I need to steal one more. Goblin, why is one of your tabs rat? Christ, forgive my sins. I don't know. Why isn't your tabs that? I thought I changed that. Oh no, it's there. I thought I changed it to something else. I try and have one silly hashtag stream now. But what we have left, we have Enter the Greenway, Expose Yannick, which is pretty much what that is for Revia. Rico, I'm waiting for mushrooms to mushroom. And then I'm also waiting for alcohol to just be distilled, which will take a little bit longer. But yeah, making good progress. I might actually finish this up. Yeah, I might actually finish this up this session. That's weird. Before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working with a heavy bag. She is hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool, looking at a terminal in the corner, searching through all of Essingarp's data you pulled all these cycles ago. Oh, you got a good new hoodie and t-shirt? Nice, nice. I really need more new clothes. Just angry, we all are, but you have to remember, she knew Yannick for a long time. Sabine glances nervously at Rabia. What Essingarp did. Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag, rigged that thing in his head so they could control him, push that old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches, but it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatsuga shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, that Yatsuga can hold on, but there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatsuga's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time, I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatsuga collapses. She shouts back at Sabine. Clearly, this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yatsuga can do something if we want to do it. Come here from Essingarp, from the core worlds, all I saw was the gang. But with Yatsuga keeping me out on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want to that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with Essingarp, and I doubt they're done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Aren't you and Rabia? Sabine fixes you with look. Yes, Sleeper, isn't that obvious? They smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I apologized before, but I wanted to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, I was it was to try to help people like you that grit their teeth. But after all these cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair, but I ended up here, so they look at Rabia. Ah, of course. They reach in a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With SNR connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways, repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard that there are some labs out in the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry, I can't do more. Thank you for everything. Ooh, ravioli. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take out a handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel the core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it'll ever leave. But Essengarp doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Well, we have now only 4 stabilizer, and I'm scared. Oh yeah, no, I got Syria bot finally, so like it's just been nuking bots. It's so nice. Okay, so I don't have any more stabilizer vials, and that's scary. Absolutely snipped, yeah. So, bots are no longer a problem, and I am happy about that. Oh, I keep hiccuping. Ugh. My tummy. Just reload your brain. Okay, what else do I have left? Rabia is done. The 2 girls, they're being gay for each other now. Think you're not a fish, it stops hiccups, that's true. Okay, so I have 3 more cycles until my alcohol is brewed, at least for the first one. Hopefully that's only needs 1, because at this point I'm trying to grow mushrooms as fast as I can so I can not die. I can do this though. I can pull stuff out from the waste and repair myself, so I have that going at least. Rain, what are you doing? Oh, I'm out of energy. Castor's done. My repair unit. Stall. I'm kind of running out of things to do in this game. I'm just trying to get everything. What else should I do? Do one of these. Nice. And can't steal from there anymore. At least for now. Oh boy, I sure do love stealing. Okay, self-repair. Doing all my self-repairs. And boom bada boom, who needs stabilizer when you can just spend entire days in the wastes to get components for yourself? Please tell me the mushrooms are done. Mushrooms are not done. Shit. Okay. What else can I do? I don't want to trigger the final part yet for that. So... I explore, I waste my time until things complete. That is where I'm at in this game. I have a turn until I can actually do things. So it's time to gamble. I love gambling. 1-800, you gambling? It's like I haven't been like spending a ton of money in this game for the last 2 days. I lost it all. Okay. Feed the cat in the hopes that more cat stuff will happen. Stray fed. Always feed the stray. Mushroom stall. And I'm gonna reroll all of those because they're poopy. Okay. That's more doable. Come on. I need the one mushroom. Oh, yes. Mushroom get. Mushroom, mushroom. Riko is at her bench, running small vials with some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices your approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up, smiling. This project of ours has been keeping me awake for the past few cycles. But right now, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning, and Riko lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I've extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique to the Greenway. You look at the small amounts of liquid in the vial. Any idea of what it might be? Riko asked without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer. Riko nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Riko's tongue suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere of the lab immediately. I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in never have seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. Oh, hi, Brian. They're quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcomed them into the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I had never seen a body like that before. I took some of the readings, some samples. Samples? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here, rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow, both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth under your palm. Thank you. Don't thank me. She gazes out on the greenway through the glass. Those club head caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those caps. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, containing their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung up from the mold, so too has that sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I know is that it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. Well, you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yes. Rika sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. I truly am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You are welcome here anytime. Rika falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you notice how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab, in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel. Thoughts of that other sleeper, and where they ended up, weigh on your mind. Okay. Rico's Grow Beds. Grow your own, become self-sufficient through botany. And I finally have a place for this gardener seed. Have I ran out of stabilizers yet? I have not in this game. I assume it's just a bad ending. It might be one of the achievements. After I am done with, more or less just everything, I plan on trying to break my character and then seeing if anything special happens. But we're doing so much. At this point, I'm literally just waiting for alcohol. to start the DLC. And now this. Okay, cool. Stabilizer synthesis. I just need 2 of those mushrooms. Today there are about 106 breeds of domestic cat. Ooh. That's a good one. I have so many mushrooms and I don't know what to do with them. But yeah, now I have like unlimited stabilizer more or less, so I'm really sorted. Alright. So, more or less, I have brew alcohol, I have the seed I have to finish up, eat the shrooms. Oh, I am. I've been eating the shrooms this entire game. 1 turn for alcohol, followed by 5 turns of waiting for the seed. And then I literally have the DLC, and then I'm fully finished with this game. The end is in sight. I've had like several games where I'm just like, yeah, this is it. This is where I beat it. And like, I get nowhere close, or I find another entire like path. So like, this feels weird to me right now. You know what you're doing after? If I'm still streaming after, I think... I'm not entirely sure what I want to do. I think I might play more Avowed, because I haven't played Avowed after, for a bit. And that sounds like a fun time right now. I know I want to do the sequel. I want to do the sequel relatively soon. Because, I don't know, just more relevance. I need to pump my stream numbers. But, I also want to do Disco Elysium, because that one I don't have to talk for. Talia comes to you one shift. When the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready, she is grinning from ear to ear. The grill? Obviously, she grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now. The newly installed lights are making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate. There's 2 glasses with a few fingers, a pale grill sitting inside waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly and knocks back the glass. You do the same. This is our blind arc. This is where we go blind from bad moonshine. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that hits your frame, querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp back the drink, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms. The wood and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. That's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Woof, that was heavy. Maybe needs diluting? Oh, it has promise, though. You think? She twirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the grill. Try again? This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off. The woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both of you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grinning with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Smallest gobbling the longest. Chat could be a username. That is true. You could. Tala pours out some more grill and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up behind her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for his for my family when we got to the eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother. She takes a drink. They aren't around anymore. I'm sorry. That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother is somewhere in the Starwood Belt. Ran off with a salvage crew. She puts her glass down. He's alive, as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me when he was first setting this place up. He wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'll scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename this place. She looks at you. The Bantayan, what do you think? I love it. She looks away. Me too. Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. And you both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs. Then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to the corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and wipes it off, like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen. She doesn't give you the time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the grill. I was thinking too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the the Bantayan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm glad you're here, she grins. I think we had enough. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glass, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Yeah, no, everyone's employing me because I'm just the best. I run the eye. I am the eye runner. I couldn't think of a joke, so I'm just gonna go with that. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back to the bar, and you share a glass of the good grill, the one she didn't distill. I am the eye. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the eye, which, after everything that's happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And at this moment, you feel, for once, at home. Yeah. Another achievement get. I have 5 left. I need to steal 1 more shipment. Cool. I just need to steal once more. And I need to wait for my plant to grow. I don't have a place to really steal from. Okay. The Bantayan. I like how it's named that now. Ooh, I can cook my mushrooms here. Okay, cool. So food is covered now. cool. What should my other +2 be? Interface. Initiate? Yeah, no, I'm gonna do this one. Approach problems with awareness. I feel like I've been running into those way more lately. Or exchange. Can I steal from the orts? No, but I can play the exchange. Oh yeah. God, okay. How much longer till my plant's grown, I guess? And then we have that final arc for that, extended... Oh my god, it's gonna take for fucking ever. End cycle. I'm just gonna turbo wait for the days. I have the stabilizer to not care. And I also have enough, like, mushrooms on my person to really not care. Gonna do a thorough check. I should grow mushrooms. That's what I should do. As I'm waiting. Grove spores. Because I do not really have much else to do in this game. I can make myself food. I have enough for another stabilizer. I essentially have 6 stabilizers on my pursing at the moment. Just one I need to convert. What else? I love stealing. I love stealing. There's the rim. I'm literally just waiting for this thing to show back up so I can steal from it for achievement. And then I am good. Wasting time. All right. I must always feed the stray cat. Okay. Can I even do anything really? I can get yachts again, like hyphen edge data. Hey Breen, are you okay? Counting to 100, no spaces. You have a space between the 99 and 100. Oh, that's no. There you go. Yeah, no, there you go. You got it. I am literally just resting until I can do more. Riveting gameplay. Citizen Sleeper Sleeping Edition. What's this bay? I'm sad from all the characters are just gone now. for one reason or another. I don't know. The endings of games always make me feel kind of sad. So my mushrooms should be done being made. This is the least stressful moment I've had in this game. But also, it's probably not fun to watch, but whatever. We're doing it. All right. We're almost there. When they killed El Tigre in Far Cry 6, oof. So sad. Oh, I didn't fully go through my stabilizer. I don't remember how El Tigre dies. Was he the older guy, or was he an actual tiger that I'm thinking of? Yeah, no, a bad cinematic death is always extremely disappointing. But yeah. Yeah, the older man who dies to gas. Yeah, I know. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that happened now. Have fun. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk on one side and a branch woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to the lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right around itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. It doesn't work like that. Oh, she sighs. Perhaps wearing was the wrong word. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by the amber lights in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it is exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed. A self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckons you over. But that wasn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown. Its layers a plant-like structure on full view. Until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem or phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? There was a guy on a horse that could throw a bomb instead of his son, saving both of them and the horse, and then El Tigre, who died to gas. And I think I should have had a ceremonious death, like shoving a grenade down a tank to stop it killing everyone, but no, he died in some stairs. Same with the other woman who couldn't care less about to know their name, and that part was stopped at. Yeah, no, sometimes like endings of characters just like, oh, okay. Just such a wet fart that you give up. I feel that. You only have like 30 minutes to an hour left of that game, from what I remember. She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system. No, but they are filaments of a conductive material, so yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see, those branches, they remind me of dendrites of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rika fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface that is your gift from the gardener. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you, puzzled. Something clicks in your mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper that helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you. For your frame. She shuffles over and quickly look at the interface. A word that has stuck in this strange branched object quickly in your mind. You're right, that entity. It is the entity I have been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. Yeah, I have a group of people that I'm sort of a completionist. Like that 1 hour is 40k days and 23 minutes. No, I feel that. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rika leads you to a seat. I'll be here, sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips her hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. The cloud. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, and something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the storm, but the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easy enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. Realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You'll be her eyes. Then you see the figure, gardener, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You have never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardener does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a shapely rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good, I'm glad. I wanted to meet you. Yeah, no, all these character designs are so fucking cool. Then we are the same. Both eager, seeking one another. How does it feel to be free from your seed? They stop to plan again. My seed? that in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picking up from a long-held conversation with the others. They felt you were a danger, but they were always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loams, known knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious? Mostly, yes. Although there are many among their numbers who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presence all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understand what it was like, I who made them, their crowns, and without them, those would not have joined the chorus, so they see that it was only fair that you get your chance to join too. Join? Yes, become part of this. Gardner stops again. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand. I'm amused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trelick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of the decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you, after all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects to you. You hear Rika's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Oh yeah, no, it's a giant mushroom colony that's like living in a forest, if I remember right, for the largest creature. It's cool. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you'll be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you'll wake up, back in that dying body with all the pain and the warmth that entails. Oh my god. Okay, another ending. Cool. Now the moment to choose. Break the thread. Reach down and pinch the thread. The finality of this moment descends on you. Break it. You pluck the thread like a string. It snaps. Nothing changes. You're at the point of stillness. No, you don't stand. You have no legs, no body. You're a point of stillness, a point in the flow. Your mind fizzes. 1,000 new shoots break through the soil. They intertwine with you, embrace you. Some part of you decays while something else feeds from that decay. The spores of the new thoughts float away in shifting clouds and settle in new soil. Then you see Gardner out there, still planting, and then they stop, like an old man resting in the fields, and then they turn to face you. And you join the chorus, and together you sing the song of growing things. Alright. That's another ending, another achievement. Where am I? Yeah. So I have 3 other achievements. I think one of them, by the looks of it, is just a do every other ending type deal. Okay, continue. We're gonna not sever the thread this time. So as usual, I'm just gonna speed up to where we are giving the option, as I've already read. Yeah. Follow the thread. Why is paper so papery? Thanks to the paper. Follow the thread. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark, back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Follow it. You don't look back at the gardener. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver floating their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person, with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So, you don't focus on it. You don't think about it. On what feels like such a long journey back through the dark, you set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being with a living thing, with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand, gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. Warmth and light turned away and followed the thread back home. I'm not tearing up, you're tearing up. Sleeper? Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You set up, the lab is bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. You squeeze your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. When you cry in space, it just makes a bubble under your eye. Oh. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. Thank you, and for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you two then. A kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. I keep burping. a kind of shared sadness for an impossible choice, the choice to escape her body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you're glad to feel welcome in this moment and this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You're worried that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, did you plan to stay in the commune with us? For a while. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Hafia needs new blood if it wants to survive, and she squeezes. You're a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious of what she intends to do with it. When you're out breathing the air of the Greenway, fresh as spring morning, the dappled lights make a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's quarters all around. And you're glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Oh. Okay. I have did all of my active things. I want to look through my achievements again. What do I have left? I have 3 achievements. 2 of them, I know for a fact what they're going to be. They are going to be staying or leaving after the DLC thing, and then the loot boxes, which I'm still waiting for those to be available. Cross room. Come on, Sundercar. Show back up. I literally just need a steal from you once. But I need to go to the bathroom real quick, because I've been holding it this entire time. And once I come back, we will finally beat this goddamn game. Loot box, is that gambling? No, it's me stealing from a elevator, sadly. So it's less interesting than what it is. Okay, let me. Alright, that is sorted like that. And I will BRB because I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah.
Tiens, tape-moi l'œil.
クリスマスゆいちゃんち
Tiens, tape-moi l'œil.
元気出せ疲れてるかもどうしたらいい
Jangan mulai.
クリスマスゆいかんち
Jangan mulai. クリスマスクリスマスにを持ってるリスマスにを持ってるリスマスクリスマスゆいかんちやっていきましょうかチンチンチンチンでかいクリスマスゆいかんちチンチン持っていきましょうかいいよどういうことどういうことどういうことどういうことどういうこと
I return from the war. Getting all set up. Alright. I return. Time to finish this game. Send the flex data. Alright. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helen receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out from the room to read it. Her reaction you can't predict. You imagine Soul too, one of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an arc. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the eye. The scraped shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides in the room. Where did you get this, sleeper? Helene holds up the slate scrolling with streams of flux data she enters. I need to know your source. Hello to you too. You didn't bring me here for a reading, I assume. Helene smiles, a faint smile. Then you'll forgive me for skipping the pleasantries. She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux, the system's con channel starting up, a total collapse of the eye. She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, Phil, she turns away. They'll believe you. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening within Havenage, sleeper? She looks away, out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There is division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners, because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of the compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame, the refugees are opportunist, the eye must be defended, she shakes her head. And now, you're telling me that they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse. They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes, a hand on your temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did someone say refugees? Soul clinks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am, his suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helena glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawing into some elaborate plan. If you are invisible, you are blind because you see the light through your eyes and light. Oh yeah, fair. That would cause you to go blind, technically. Soul holds a hand to her. Soul. He nods. I believe we have spoken remotely while the corridor was still up. I sent both of you the data. Soul laughs. Well, thank you. He raises an eyebrow. Evidence of our mutual and inevitable destruction is not much of an olive branch, but I'll take it. I'm not Havenage, Helena blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is, no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I do not support the cordon, and I do not support your quarantine. Soul nods. Well then, Soul glances at you. Well, mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling that he's expecting an answer. 1. The flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapse the colonies on the moons of Ember, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol that is causing the real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3. The Shadow Protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly, in short, it'll shut down everything, keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4. This has to be my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this, and why. Soul's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it? That's it. Favorite character in this? God. That is so difficult. They're all so good. I like the Mushroom Chef. Chef? I like the Mushroom Chef. Like, earn it. Like, I keep forgetting his name. Sounds. Helena pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helena turns to Soul. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? Chef. I am in a TTRPG space game that my friend is running, and my picture is actually Bliss that I'm using for my character. They're an engineer also. Soul shakes his head. That's why we are here. The Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helena looks at you, and I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure. We can try. Helena nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Soul cutscene. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was that I gave up hope early. Soul shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meetings, system reboots, testing trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board, so when the second and the third and the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. Hey, the keyboard was made from typewriters so the keys don't hit each other when typing fast. Cool. Yeah. So if I can offer you some advice, miss, not Havenage, it is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now. Right this cycle. Soul looks out at the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. It's already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Havenage resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Soul scratches his beard. I know it's hard, I know it's sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. Will be no heroes here, just those who keep living and those who do not. Helena listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which despite all of its vastness is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helena rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helena paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is, how lost she is in the systemic protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. We purge the Shadow Protocol. Helena stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me? This thing is the Shadow, uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingents of the Havenage system departments, but that would require hundreds of workers ordered to be overlooked, maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through the council would that even... I cannot talk, holy shit. Getting that through the council, would that even be possible? She glances at Soul, who is patiently watching, patiently listening. We have to try. Helena looks at the slate again. I will take this to the council, force them to listen, force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helena emerged from just minutes ago. Ooh, new character. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressing the same style of Havenage overalls as Helena. And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Counselor Helena. You glance at Helena and her face drops immediately. Kemp. She curses under her breath. Soul shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper, he gestures at Soul. Everyone will be so disappointed. Oh god, I hope I can push this fucker down the stairs. Kev smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helena stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit. Kemp, you need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring. No more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, and you see some complex calculations flickering in his sharp eyes. He gestures, and out of the shadows, two Havenage security officers appear, and as they do, both you and Helena take a sharp breath in. They are carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them before in the eye. Gloss XPR logos glint on their barrels. These are Escha's weapons, confiscated by Havenage in the smuggling operation gone wrong, and now put to use. Kemp holds out the slave to one of the officers, takes it, and slips it back into a pocket. On his vest, he smiles at Helena, then follows her eyes to where they are fixed on the matte black barrels of the officers' weapons. The weapons we confiscated from the spacers, Helene looks at you. From your friends, she narrows her eyes at Kemp. You can't do this. You can't use them. Kemp shrugs. You have just handed me evidence that the flotilla has infected the station with a virus, with a shadow protocol that threatens the life of every Havenage member, every person on the eye. He gives Helene a dark look. This is not the time for half measures. Helene steps forward without thinking, and immediately the officers raise their guns. Be careful here, Helene. I don't think escalating the situation will pay in your favor, Kemp sighs. You're in the wrong here, plotting against the council, hoarding data vital to our work. It is all so obvious. You couldn't win power by Havenage systems via laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me, as it is as simple as that. So now, you need to come with me. Man, this guy's a piece of shit. Soul shoots you a proposed glance. Now is the only moment you have. We can't run with Soul. Run? I'm gonna charge him. I'm gonna charge Soul. You rush Kemp. But as you do, Soul twists one of his arms, snapping something in his suit. A burst of pressurized gas just out, clouding the room in a choking cloud. Somehow, in the gray, your shoulders find Kemp. He tumbles backward, pulling you with him. And something crackles blue through the gray, like lightning inside a cloud. The weapons. The fear takes over, and you stumble to your feet, running from the terrible crackling sound as it whips through the gas. You stumble into another body in the haze, and you both of you tumble through the doorway. It is Soul, and you stumble and limp together, mindlessly through the corridor after corridor, until the crackling sound is no longer echoing in your ears. You catch your breath together, Soul wrenching his suit back into shape and leaning heavily on his cane. I assume that wasn't part of the plan, Soul coughs. Certainly gave some life to the proceedings, though. Are you okay? Soul pats at his suit, his hands trembling. As okay as usual. He straightens up. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not. You can't abandon the Eye. Soul raises an eyebrow. I seem to remember it was us being abandoned not long ago. I'm not sure if the reverse applies. Junksuit, yeah. I love Junksuit. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you. And for any you can gather, Sleeper, that much I owe you. And Helene? Even if she made it out for us, Soul gestures back at the corridor. I wouldn't hold out much hope for her coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. It won't let her leave even if she wants to. He eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. Soul glances back down the corridor. Now I think we better clear out. I'm not sure those officers will come looking. My crew will meet me at the edge of the corridor, so I'm good from here. Soul leans on his cane. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending me that data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up the Pilgrim Seed against any future Flux event. We'll be leaving as soon as we're able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. If we had you back on Ember's Hearth, he pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Well, he smiles. Just don't keep me waiting, and he limps down the corridor towards the edge of the cordon. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. Heike will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. Okay. So, there's that. I still can't steal from the docks yet. Can I steal from here? No. Can I steal from here? No. Even his offices. Can I do anything here? I can sell them fragments that I don't need. Okay. Just gonna do that. Don't need those anymore. Clear up my inventory. Alright. Evacuating the eye. Okay. Big go time. Alright, let's talk to Peke. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Eshe, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Reminds me of when we met. Eshe sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peke pushes past too. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peke rushes to catch up with Eshe. Put that down, please, Eshe. But she doesn't respond to their arguing. Urgent. We can't leave. Not yet. Peke puts a hand on your shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can. The crate drops, and the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peke? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peke. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stage stop it here? Because we can, Eshe. We can give these people a chance, Peke pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Eshe shakes her head. No, Peke, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want us to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns back and slams her hand into the crates, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peke turns away. You feel unsure of what to do, but you know now it's not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peke crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peke leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up and out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peke gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches and you sliding on one side. Peke sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Kemp. Peke looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance, about the XPR boss guns and the resulting chaos. You admit you didn't know what happened to Helene. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Brain. I don't know why your autocorrect is like that. Peke is silent for a moment. I should probably move my thing out of the way, actually. Here. Chat. There we go. That looks a little bit better. I should have probably had chat move for this entire time, but whatever. Peke is silent for a moment. Those are Eshe's guns, right? The ones she smuggled out of XPR on the ship? The ones she didn't tell us about? Peke looks desperate. Yeah. Peke's head drops. Droops. Eshe, Peke whispers to himself. Peke takes a deep breath. then we can't be sure that Helena can help us at all. If Kemp has taken her, or if the council looks on your meeting darkly, Peke nods softly, then this is on us. What's on us? Eshe is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she has been there for. Peke looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapon she smuggled from XAR. Eshe freezes. She glances between you and Peke, as if this might be some elaborate joke. Haven has used them? Eshe moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peke interrupts. The hardliners within the Havenage Council use them, Eshe, against their own members. Eshe shakes her head. Good. Anyone in that corrupt mess deserves what's coming to them, she grimaces. But they should never have laid their hands on those weapons, as if I'd have known. Peke goes to speak, and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing the cycle, Sleeper. Peke shoots a look at Eshe. But our introduction of those weapons into the equation is just another reason why we can't simply run away. Eshe looks away, but says nothing. She surely knows they can't absolve themselves of responsibility here. So what is motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peke, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beeping fills the room, and Peke pulls their slate out to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their fingering hovering above the screen. The beeping continues this insistent pulse. What? Peke doesn't seem to hear you. They blink and with glazed eyes at the screen. Then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The beeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Eshe frowns at Peke, planning to explain. 12 cycles. Peke looks vacantly at you both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. Epping, using the array on the Briar to look towards the center of the system to approximate when the con channel should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. $22? It's... I don't know what you're talking about, Brain. I'm gonna be honest. Given the distance of the previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits this place. Peke interrupts her thought. We start now. That's the end of it. Peke stands up to face Eshe. You want to take the Briar and run, Eshe? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper. For every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We'll find something. Certainly we have a plan together. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peke's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thing handheld terminal. And Eshe, Peke starts, as she is going, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Eshe is trying anyways. Oh, time. Peke rolls their red eyes, staring after Eshe. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor. Peke's quiet sob somehow carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. So, can I make a second save? I feel like this is an either or type of situation. Can't steal. Okay. I definitely want to see if I can help. Devise a strategy, definitely. Oh, fuck yeah. All sixes. Where's the part where you eat the ship? I'm not sure. Beckett beckons you over the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Beckett looks ready to collapse. You slide into the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The Shadow Protocol. Not quite. Beckett's eyes seem to glinter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow like the Shadow Protocol's tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swarming its river, almost drowning its shifting flow. It's the Gardener's chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bioorganic morass of a malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. The Gardener. Peke glances at you. How do you... They pause. Have you met them? I have. Peke shakes their head. Incredible. Think perhaps you won't be surprised by what I'm about to propose. Peke meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slowed. Partially contained, it has spread across the station, as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases. Outside of these fragments, we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peke smiles, and look what I found. Peke taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flowing inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway, something spreading like an ink stain. Somehow darker than black, it bleeds across the Shadow Protocol. Now watch. Peke eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, then it's gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You are reminded of an image you had forgotten, a pulling I cannot talk. Here. Honey. You're reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as soon as it opened. It dissolved the shadow. Exactly, Peke nods. It protected itself. You think back to your meeting with the Gardener, to that sense of something old and world and inhuman to its core. Peke excitedly starts to explain, this is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we have seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID Gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fall. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. Peke glances away. The only way to break it open, to spread the entity's network the only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network access to it. Expand it somehow, Peke pauses. So you want to let the gardener out? Peke stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as Peke that this is it. You know it is because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could have think of, and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at its edges of your vision. Peke recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, Peke begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the Greenway. Peke starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we need to reconnect the Greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems were prepared, they should connect, and Gardener will spread along the paths we prepared. At least that's my theory, Peke grimaces, but if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Peke closes their eyes, and after that, things might get worse. It can't be worse than a total collapse. Don't say it, Sleeper. Peke sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power rotating at the Haven shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core. As I understand, it is somewhere on the rim. I need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the Gardener in all these places, Peke pauses, but how are we going to do that? Transplant the Greenway. Peke smiles. Of course, the Gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management system of the Eye, back when Solheim built it. We send Greenway plants into those systems, and the Gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peke stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But, they pause. We need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. Peke raises an eyebrow. Summoning the Havenage system team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Fang still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Okay, well... Peke looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship carried forward by the excitement of the plan, and an eagerness not to look at the details too closely. Push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Fang's Bay. Alright. I am going to still retrofit the ship just in case. As we stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you are here, Soul Suit hisses as it clinks up towards you. I know you help us out. We sure do appreciate everything you do for us. No worries. I do mean it, Sleeper. He looks away down the bay to where the sparks jump from the welding torches. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Soul settles behind you, flinching a little, but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out, this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overhauls. We had people flowing in from the eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. Can we do it? Soul frowns. We'll do what we can. As always, I'm not sure any of it will be enough. He looks down. We're supposed to stay here, not keep running. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. He gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask though. What is it? With all these new evacuees, well, we need a changing plan, he shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We could carry them, house them, but that's all. You settle down the folks to remember Step, and they send out supplies grown in the dust house of theirs. If we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews, he rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that dock access of theirs. Wow, my brain is frying as I'm reading this. But with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He puts out a hand on your shoulder. I sent my request out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there, making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares into the distance. I need you out there, speeding things up. Of course. Soul nods. Alright then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it as this way. Either way, you won't have to deal with me much longer. He smiles, his uneven smile. Unless, of course, you were planning to come along for the trip. I don't know. Soul winks. I'll leave it with you. Soul waves a hand and starts off towards the base entrance, the crackling sound of the welding torch quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractors chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push through the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla to see what can be done. Is there a brain drying? I don't want my brain soggy after someone brainwashes me. God, I'm talking to so many people this run. What else do I need to do? I need to do like a hack thing, I feel. Okay. Anything here that I need to look at? No. Bangs Bay. Okay, so he's being a goober. So my plan is I'm going to do everything I can to prepare the ships to evacuate, but I want to stay and protect the eye. So I'm going to try and do both ends of this, and hopefully the game will let me. I know you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes as bright as always. You are very welcome here, as always. Good to see you, Aki. Aki smiles. And you, Sleeper. Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me. As she guides you past the dust houses, you'll look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I'm sure you have heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past the dust house where the dust is less. The orange glow is not as bright, and the air a little bit more clean. We are adapting slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead. She smiles. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scored with sand. It is being filled with mulch. She brought this from the greenway. She stares at the green and the brown. A strange sight, even to you now. Even to you, now that you are used to the amber dust of the steppe. I admit, it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? Aki meets your eye. I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, that it is at risk. I know what it is like. Thank you. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe. She shakes her head, but for the moment, I cannot see what this might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile, but if you do not have the time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly, she pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a green fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of the steppe, leaving behind a home, or will you be stubborn and hold your ground, despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki. The moment, a welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards the end. You glance at Aki, and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. I think I'm gonna read these two people's things, and then I think I'm gonna switch games because I'm really struggling to read right now. It's been a bit. I feel like my nose is plugged up, and I don't know. It's been a lot, and I'm starting to really dyslexia my words. Kombucha. After a short while, Aki sighs. It is good to see you, sleeper. Perhaps we'll see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns back for a moment, as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it, and turns away. Okay. Okay. Okay, 2, 6. So that has 12 slots for that. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. Docking axis. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato burst of welding torches, the shouts of crew gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that the news of the flotilla's immediate departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face, and a lightness in his step you haven't seen in a while. Are you enjoying this? Peter shrugs. Refitting our ship, building systems, improving solutions. That's what half of us live for. Are you really surprised? Not at all. Peter laughs. Seems like you have learned something about us after all. Peter eyes you. I suppose you were here for on Soul's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Ember Hearth like to do more than ordering people around. I'm here by choice. Fair enough. Just your timing seems to always be a cycle or two after we get some request from the Hearth ship. He shrugs an exaggerated shrug. Must be a coincidence. Well, Soul has it lucky anyways. His request for us to dismantle Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla onwards journey to be... His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward Belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damned place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ships think we're complying with the orders of the at the same time, then it's 2 in 1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. Are you leaving the flotilla? We are our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at his busy axes. We aren't going to tie ourselves to her and step any longer. Why would we? To help them. Peter scoffs. They are taking on evacuees from the Eye. That's why I hear. So how about they help themselves before they ask us to make up for their bad decisions? Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper. We have to get out from under the shadow of Stepping Hearth, and this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch, talk to a crew. You're welcome to it. Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll help where I can. Peter nods. Just stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out past the docking axes. Though the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go. But if not, he smiles. Stay strong. And with that, Peter thumbs you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew with a purpose, a direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Alright. So, just like the last quest for this, we have a lot of shit to do. 2, 4, 6. I have 12 slots for them. But I have a lot of stabilizer. It's 12, 12. What's up? Okay. I could probably get 1 a day for those 2. And this... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah, about 1 a day. If not, it's got to be close if I get perfect. But I should be able to do everything. I'm going to do 1 more day as long as there's no reading. If there is, I'm going to switch games because I need a break from reading. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Making it work. Oh no. Already. I'm going to spread moldy peanut butter on your rugs. Why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing? Funny. Okay. Cross the rim. I need to do a cook. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get Fang. Alright. Pretty much at the point where it's do or die, so... Fun, 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 fun. As I continue the game. I'm gonna do that. Across the greenway. Because I want to get clocks moved forward at my place. Oof. Is that daylight savings or something? So I'm normal time again. Cool. Is daylight savings right now? I just didn't notice? Or oh my god. Fuck. All right, that one's done. Oh yeah, no, already done. The docking axe is a little bit more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its exterior, every arm not being used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a sparring void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable materials are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you're realizing you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shed of the hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too, the moons of embers spinning out in different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis of the ships from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet, and whether they should. Australia doesn't have daylight savings? Ah, lucky. I wish that I didn't have to deal with daylight savings. Among the senior crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger or replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the singer crews, they have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the eye, setting out for the first time. And then you catch them, and then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with the crew, carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Tala, you freeze for a second. What is she doing here? She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Yeah, no daylight savings, but everything's super deadly. Yeah, no, it's so spooky. I'd rather not. I'll deal with daylight savings over spiders. Sleeper, Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping the large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. What are you doing here? She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper, she pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the Star Ward belts. She waits for your response nervously. Why didn't you say? She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper, my brother? You think back to your real blurred conversations in the back of the Bation. He came here with me, with my family, when we were little, just after we left Chinza. Sinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spacer crew heading to the Starward Belt. She says, I'm an idiot. She shakes her head. I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to add. That makes sense. She looks at you. It does? She laughs nervously. I'm not so sure anymore. I really don't know if it makes sense, or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was what the refugee flotilla was going, well, I kind of stopped myself thinking about him. What happens to the bar? Someone will have to rent it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis. He'd be happy to, or one of the others, she blurts out. And of course, if you are leaving with the flotilla or something like that, I'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure, it's fine. Whichever way, I was just thinking. I'm not sure. Also, spider season is horrid. Hold up. Oh, please no send spider pictures. Tala nods. Sure. I mean, I just ran it on you. But, she glances at the Korea she was walking with, who are chatting a little away anyways. There's not exactly much time. So, considering that, she grabs the key hanging around her neck and the key to the Batiang. Do you want to do it? Yes. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again. Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands. She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours as if presenting a medal. Remember to lock up, especially the back, and remember to empty the still if you are ever leaving things closed for a few cycles. And she stops herself. I won't be gone forever, of course. She blinks away a tear. I can come back and check in, maybe once I find my brother. She pauses, unable to finish the thought. She smiles at you, and you can see the weight lifting off her shoulders. Her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready. I better be going. She nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She lifts the bag onto her shoulder. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with. She nods. I couldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She adjusts the bag. Dad wouldn't have let me. See you around. She nods. Hope so. Think Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will watch her, who will carry her to the Starward Belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it is hard to feel sad about Tala. You know how her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere out on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand, the metal still a little warm from Tala's body. You turn it over in your fingers, think about how it feels like a tool and a burden. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now you'll feel like breaking something fragile, and if you say, well, who knows what little metal promise might grow into. Man, can this game like not punch me in the heart on repeat? If you could control one element, what would it be? Oh, that's a hard one. Gas. I feel like being able to control gas. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. If I could control one element, carbon, because I could. I feel like that would be the most powerful at the moment. Because you can like make metal weaker, like if it's steel, you could strip the carbon out of it if you wanted to, or if you wanted to master the pursing, you could strip the carving out of them. Silicone? Yeah, silicone would also be a good one. God. Okay. We continue our aid of all these ships because, oh my god. Oh boy, I love starving. Ruin any memory for computers or phones. Ultimate delete button. Yeah, that's true. You'll never have to worry about your info being leaked. Okay, so it's day 3. I'm halfway through Dust Houses and Pilgrim Seed. So I'm doing pretty good. I need to search for Fern because I want to get access to both endings. So I want to be close to both. And I'm so sad about the Batian now. I was expecting her to leave. Yeah. This game making me sad. Okay. Make a delightful mushroom feast. Pop a stabilizer. Mamma mia. So I think I'm gonna turbocharge through Fern's thing because I got a feeling there's gonna be steps after that I'll have to take for all my hacking. Fern turboed through. Oh my god, that is perfect. That's it, no more wasting time. Pekka sighs and pulls on their slate. The crack opening a box on the side of the base shutter and a wire slate to what's inside. Maybe your friends has a Havenage passcode or something inside? Pekka shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrow. Fine, but let's be quick. Pekka nods without looking up. I'm going as quick as I can. And then after a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open. The noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Pekka glances around quickly. Not message deleted. Has it been deleted? Oh. You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Feng's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Pekka makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? Yes. You are interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come in behind you. Pekka freezes. I swear I closed the shutter when I left it. Feng leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful, he grins at you. Feng! Dog fact. The oldest known breed is likely the Saluki. Originally trained by Egyptians to help them track game. Cool. That's a fun fact. The very same, Fen smiles. Fen raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come to rob an old friend, so what's the plan? We need your help. Feng nods. You hear about the flux? Pekka nods and is suddenly giving Feng their full attention. Feng smiles, pleased with himself. I guess as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately, some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles, I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems, from the hub to the rim. He grins. I'm surprised myself, to be honest. I didn't think I had it in me. Pekka seems unamused. And what did you find? Feng sighs. That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, It disappears, Peke finishes. Feng turns to you. Do they always do that? Peke ignores them. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems in the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station, rotational control, life support. Feng holds up a hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down there. I don't even know your name. Feng shakes his head. And you're asking for the key to the castle? Can't be done. Feng, it's me. Feng pauses and glances between both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily. Sorry to say. Peke cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne, with the intent to keep running until we hit the Star Ward Belt. But since I have been here, I have done everything in my power to protect this place. I have helped stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make any plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station systems. Meanwhile, Havenage has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I have proven myself as a friend to the people of the station, not the administration, many times over, and I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peke fixes Feng with a hard look. Feng looks down at his Havenage jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the council either, friend, but someone has to run this place, and that someone is me. Feng walks over to the workbench where you both are standing and digs at a slate out of the pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Peke grabs the slate, and you recognize the tangled form of the flux code. Of the flux node on the screen. Peke immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding and the shadows just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Feng Lingxing. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peke has unfolded the system completely, and it lies sprawled out like an unwound bowstring. At the center, the nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Feng asked, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? That's why we are here. Feng looks intrigued. Go on. There's one entity on the station that we have seen purge the shadow, the Gardener. Feng frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Peke glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the Gardener to Feng, the feeling of descending to the flowing river of consciousness. You explain the networked chorus, the non-human collective voices. You tell them of the farming AI's offer to you to be networked into the chorus, dissolved into its flow. Then you explain that by granting access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Feng is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I dream up. He pauses. I like it. He smiles. Oh, you're going to bed, Brain? Alright, well, I hope you have a wonderful night and a mighty snooze. The place is ran with weird protocols. They forgot intelligence anyways. What's one more ghost in the machine? We try and eliminate it, of course, Peke explains. That's why we want your help to access the Eye's major systems, to seed some of the Gardener's spores in them, to draw the Gardener's focus to these places. Feng whistles. So the way we save the Eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations, you found someone weirder than you. Have a good night, Brain. Have a good one. Peke goes to argue, but Feng holds up a hand. And it is an all systems Havenage pass card that has with his picture on it. Take it before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. Feng gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing this place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked, so if you were telling me you haven't figured out a way you might be able to fight it, he looks at Peke, no matter how crazy, then I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. Come with us. No, Sleeper, he looks away. I have to keep on my own. Wow, I can't talk. No, Sleeper, he looks away. I have to keep on with my own work here, strengthening those systems, backing the data. The worst comes to worse, I'll need to rebuild it. I won't let this place die. The last piece of my parents are here, among the data. Goodbye, Fang. How is the smallest goblin? I'm doing pretty good, Pseudo. How are you? I'm trying to finish up this game, and I'm actually close to the end for once. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. How's Pseudo on this fine day? How be the you? You take the card and leave the bay with Peke. Once you are outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peke looks worried. We have wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the Free Spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. See the gardener there. Oh, you're tired? Yeah. Long day for you? You seem to be setting up like 2 collabs last time I looked, so it makes sense. Yes. I'm going to find the core system center. That's somewhere in the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder and you exchange fearful looks. You know, deep down that Peke isn't sure if this will work, but they have decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence you are very thankful. Yeah, I'm doing real good. I'm just chilling today, relaxing before I have to drive a lot tomorrow. That's not gonna be fun. Okay, so I have to hack the systems. Do I do this or... Oh, toggle tracking. Not a fan. It's less that I'm not a fan of road trips and more of it's just a lot of driving. Oh god, I'm gonna have to get a bunch of spores. Okay, so I have that one I have to get. Okay, I just have to seed each system once. That is not that bad. No, it's just like more work things. I have to like get up at 5 to get to my first stop at like by 7:30ish is usually where I go. So it's just a lot. Driving to FWA and that's about 18 hours. Oof, good luck with that. I would perish. Perfect amount of seed. Yeah, thank you. Keep me posted on the updates for the collabs. I'm real interested. The Friday one's perfect for me. I'm pretty much free that time. I don't know about the first one though. I think you were mentioning getting 2 groups around for that one. No dates for that one yet? Okay, that's fair. My other area should be across this. Wait, I know where it is. God. This game has been so good, and it's finally coming up, and it's making me kind of emotional. Everything's been seeded. As you leave, the slate Peke gave you chirps insistently. You check to see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in the low end. Meet me here ASAP. Peke, a blinking marker, gives you the positioning on the free smoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. I need to finish up helping the ships first. I can bust one out with my 3 6s. I think these guys will be more or less sorted. But yeah, Pseudo, besides the collab, any plans for later this week for streaming? You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. The dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and the dust sharing the space in curved terraces. The pale knots of steppe silk freckled with yellow lichel symbiotes. It is a hypnotic arrangement. Yes, I got another collab in the works for Wednesday and continuing Monster Hunter with Fair Tuesday. Nice, nice. Hope those go well for you. I was actually looking at, I was thinking about my old Monster Hunter character because you and Flare have been playing that. Thursday you might take off? Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm trying to add Thursdays as an extra stream day for me. You look down and see the intertwining of the fungal threads and dust cake's roots and feel a little glow of pride at what was achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it is Aki, turn to greet her. Oh god, it's Rico. Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-fingered people I know on the station. Rico. Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama. I've only played Worlds for a little bit, Pseudo. Monster Hunter is... I don't know. It's really hit and miss for a lot of people, so like, most of my friends haven't played Monster Hunter. I've had like 1 or 2 closer friends play it. I've met some of the steppe refugees on the Greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly, and she smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and well, I thought I'd take her up on that offer. She looks around the dust house and its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. I'm glad too. I can see that. Rico limps over to you and she holds out a hand. How about you take me on tour? Oh yeah. I don't know. Monster Hunter has been like a little bit of a niche game, I would say, until like around Worlds popped off, and then it got like more renown. Yeah, I don't know about the Grammar either. You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knobs have provided a strong base for fungal and lichel growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her different species of steppe tubers, and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the Flex event hit, and everyone is talking about what's next. I came here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her, and you see the glossiness in her eyes, and I think I have decided. What you have done here, what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here, is incredible. A whole new ecosystem, built from the strange artificial changes, remains of two worlds. But I'm not of two worlds, I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I'm intertwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and yet seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, coming back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, what time I want to spend on the eye, in the Greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll line those fields and not get back up. She smiles, the tear tracks down both cheeks. And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad. You could leave. Rico nods. You know, Sleeper, when you get to my age, you stop thinking about what you could do and try to better understand why it is you act as you do. And I know, I will stay. I just need to understand it. She wipes her eyes and turns to you, but that's enough of me blubbering on about it. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is, what are you planning? I'm thinking of going. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper. To what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner that you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh, you're dropping out, Pseudo? Yeah, I'll be sure to enjoy the rest of my stream. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your week. If you also want to play anything, feel free to oi at me. Have a good one. Oh, she suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of spore and club heads and carefully preserved root systems. I like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet, and if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. I can offer that at least. Thank you. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Have a good one. Bye, Pseudo. Rico stands and limps over at the pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out of and beds them into the soil there with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while, she calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around, she says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech. Goodbye, Rico. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock, back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you. It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window, and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist king. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? Something like that. More than that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? For now. Aki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls you back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. I wish you the same. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist and sees her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You're unable to hear them, and despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone, laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light. Despite the burdens you carry with Smile, Rico, and Aki were sharing, is somehow still in your lips as you depart. God, this game makes me emotional. Oh, I want to finish this game this session, and I want to see if I can do that. I am almost at the 4-hour mark. This is either going to be a 4.5 to a 5-hour stream, because I got a feeling I can help this station survive with Peke, and then after that, I think I'll have the option to leave or not. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peke's slate, a rundown but active corner of the land, where a short glass roof alley turns off one of the remaining thoroughfares. My brain is also failing me harder. I want to finish this because I know if I don't, my next stream is going to be like an hour of this game, the final ending, and then me be like, well, what now? You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and catching the street life go by. Children hop across the grid, scratch into the metal floor plates, playing games on their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play Tavla. It is hard to believe that all of this is at threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some unintangible protocol erase all of this? As you're watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the Talavia tables set up by the way. You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Castor sits, Tavla pieces on the board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone on the eye knows how to play Tavula. The methodical movement of the counters across the triangle points, a ready fist for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin in the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup. But there is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board. A point of contact, when routine becomes negotiation, and negotiation becomes conflict. As the moment arrives, the salts shift in the texture of the interaction. Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you, continually, Sleeper. He looks over at his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive, protective quality, but in your Tavla game, he pauses to move a counter. I only see risk. Have you been watching me? Castor sighs. Let's not be paranoid. You are aware of my interest in you, are you not? Risk is of course necessary to play Tavla. To move a piece is to expose it, but it should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board, it is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn, a cause. I play my way. You smiles. Indeed, indeed. That is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive. If you don't mind me saying so, you're responding, which means you're being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking. A little risk calculation at first. I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes. But now I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spawning from the rim. Somehow, this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the eye. Spawning from the ring, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? The facility is precisely why you're here. He smiles an unsettling warm smile. Feel a shiver through your body, as if something is strange in the air. What is this? No words come out from your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side. Inertia says, saying, Castor still smiling. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if he is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, this is my specialty. That's why I'm here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses, clean them, and you see something flickering across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. The system, the station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets change hands. My employer's Senate Stats bought out the entire system, and for the past decade have been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. But to possess this system, the H1 system, he pauses. Hellion, to you, well, that is a matter of risk. How much more force, how much cost, how much conflicts a clearance will take. He replaces his glasses. What risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome? In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. Each one could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. But the market's changed. The demand shifts. The sense stat, we analyze, we follow, we respond. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around. The lone con channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. The frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, reevaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the con channel, and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back, looking at the board. He gestures, your move. You will kill thousands. He managed to force out the words. Castor looking a little surprised. I'm an analysis sleeper. I will do nothing. He shakes his head. Senate stat. As a corporate body, will take the required actions. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as analysis, in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity. I assume you know that? He smiles. It is a wonderful happenstance of Essingar's technology. I imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory. I will make you an offer to come willingly or come by force. The station will collapse. We can be sure of that, but your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, this is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up to his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk. On one hand, almost certain death. On the other, a possible future. Analysis or not, you must see it. Speak now, sleeper. The game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out his hand. You're of value. You are needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper? You hear a familiar voice amongst crowds. Sleeper, I'm here. You're unable to turn your head to see Peke, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands, concealed beneath the table. Sleeper, Peke comes around from the front of you and waits a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peke a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of the hands lift, close to his body, some dark shape concealing it, a weapon. You're trying to scream to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peke glances at your static form. What's happening here? Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peke stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in a split moment it does. You feel his attention shifting to Peke, shifting away from you. As you feel the inertia lifting, you know this is the only moment you'll have to act. Shove. You lurch forward wildly, like a spring trap. Your head strikes Peke's chest and then carries him back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screeches echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peke, and run. As you run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peke dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor has over you. The signals that lock you into his body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peke collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When you are able to speak, Peke asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you about Senate Stat, about their claim on the Hellion system, the reactivation of the Khan channel, the Hellion system growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming out of you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder and the vast gold eye that is turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peke is quiet for a long time, and then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardener free. You're right. It's the choices between the Gardener and these people. I will choose Gardener every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peke looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you are ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Okay. Okay, cool. So we just have that, and we have to finish up... I want to finish up the ship over here. Because we're almost done with the Pilgrim Seed. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to hack the system. Because I am not entirely sure what will happen after we're done hacking and everything, if it'll just lock us into an end or what. I'm also not sure if the ship will do that, but hey, we have time and we have the everything. Ugh, keep burping. This is very good game. I enjoy game. Good game, good. God, this game is very generous with my rerolls lately. Continue. They just keep coming. Perhaps the Flux event scared enough people that they really believe that I will collapse. Perhaps they are sick of Havenage. of the Council's infighting and the hardliners, or perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future, a place that is anywhere but here. Where whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they are almost meaningless now. A parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Still you help. You carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. You don't look for Soul. You know that he is busy, just like you, trying to make this thing work, trying to fit as many people as will come into the Pilgrim Seed. You know you'll see him before this is all over. You keep working, but there's something in the back of your mind, something eating away at you. You try and push it to the back of your thoughts, but it keeps coming back. The eye is over. That is the thought. That is the eye. That's the eye. Even if the flux doesn't get it, is on its way out. How can it survive? Even when these floods of people are leaving it behind. I'm struggling with reading. It's a thought that troubles you, because it makes you question why you have ever held on here for so long, in a place that seems so temporary for so many people. Are you just a stubborn idiot? Someone who didn't get the message? Or are you strong, committed for the lasting storm, for seeing the collapse coming and facing it head on? Because there is something you are sure of now. This place, like all places, is temporary. And as each phase passes you, each family packed up and gets on board the Pilgrim Seed, it feels ever more temporary, ever more fragile. Which means it either desperately needs protecting or it desperately needs to be left behind. The choice is yours. Okay. So, we are on the last job that we need. Okay. Big progress. Give me those fungus, Amphis. One last fungus before the road. Before we crack this egg. I'm determined to beat this game, finally. I gotta feed the cat. Okay. Time to crack this system wide open. And here we go. Hold on to your butts. Sleeper, here, Pecky calls out to you from across the flickering corridor, an elevator to the core. They smile. This is it. It's been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops, but finally, here it is. The path down to the core. You rush over to Peke. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peke, who nervously gestures for you to get in. You first. Peke frowns. Feeling anxious? They step inside gingerly. The elevator seems stable, and you follow them in. Peke reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors. As it does, it's an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if you spoke, Peke raises her voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. How's Eshe? Peke pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk. They sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Eshe has set her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. Screeching, the elevator fills with silence. Will you leave with her? Peke thinks for a moment. I don't know, Sleeper. I honestly don't know. Part of me wants to run. To keep running for as long as I can. I'm used to that. But another part is done with that. It's done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Peke goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities for you before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop, and the doors peeing open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peke. Time to move on. You both walk out into the atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peke crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large corridors on the far side, where you can make out the fading sign on the massive peeling letters, Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motor kicks in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peke tumble through across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them, a vast cylindrical stack of servers. Processors and transmitters dominate the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflecting the scattering puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels, and the water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades, since the station was first spun. You wonder how long it has been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peke. This place is a still living piece of history. What now? Peke takes a handful of mulch from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross to the server, start packing the mulch deep into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into the gaps in the paneling, lying it across the hardware. As you watch them do it, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peke is stuffing mulch into. You run your hand across the plated metal surface and watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring, like a physical disk drive starting up. Lean closer. You put your face against the metal, smelt the hot air venting from the hardware. Heart. It was the right choice for the word, you think. The whirring shifts alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper, you freeze. You are here. For a moment, you're afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator. Another drive spins up, and another, giving the voice a richer, multi-tonal sound. I had forgotten this is what it felt like to speak like this. The drive skip. There's a certain quality to it. A certain physicality. What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the Flux, the Shadow Protocol, what they were just a problem for the people in this station? A high whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been in hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes. A low rumble I had thought my hiding days were done. For a moment, I had found myself a safe haven here in the core. The shadow has yet to breach the facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we're here. He explained to Navigator about Peke's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeding key systems you will protect them from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I'm not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the Shadow Protocol or the assimilation of Gardner. The drive pauses to reset, but we owe you your freedom. Our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner into the systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you. The drive squeak in affirmation. You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcomes. The drive squealed, the motors giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Go, I'll be fine. A final squeak of affirmation and the drive skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at the vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from Ghost, you think, the old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. In the eye, proof that they can... Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is it inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask. Done. Peke shouts breaks your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we were lucky, there's enough time for some growth before we connect with the Greenway. They glance at you. That's it. On the facilities seated, they sigh. We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of the most important computers. They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors of the elevator. Beyond. Yeah, follow. You turn your back to the core and follow Peke back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peke raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know, and we can let the Gardener out. The sooner the better, Peke furrows their brow. If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they're ready to go. Peke swallows. Unleashing Gardener could affect them too if we aren't careful. This will work. Peke nods, opens their mouth to speak, and closes it again. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peke embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly toward an unknown future, and then they let you go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. Oh, okay. I have no active things I can do now. What am I doing? Okay, so we got everything sorted. Man, we're actually like there. Yeah, because, okay, yeah, we did literally every mission we could have so far. We are halfway to the terminal flux. want to look at my achievements. Did I close the Xbox app? So this is a sleeper. I have 3 achievements left. All right. I have 2 achievements, about one that is 2% of people, which I'm assuming is staying on the eye, and then the 0.6 leaving. But we're just waiting now. The final gamble. Nice. I'm gonna have Rika make a stabilizer. And yeah. My final checks before the actual end of this game. Get me some mushroom. From my main cookist, Emphas. Feed the cat. Feed the cat. We're just gonna dump a bunch of money into this cat. Because I don't know if there's any more to this cat. Okay. Okay. Is there anything I can do? There's nothing I can do until the flux. Okay, cool. Well, I'm just gonna turbo sleep, I guess. Because what else is there for me to do? Oh, here we go. Peke slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at Founder's Gap, Greenway side. Peke. You clench your jaw. It's time. Food from the commune. Okay. I need a pee first. So, I'm gonna switch over to my BRB screen, and as I am done big pissing, I will continue because I am so excited for this game to be done finally. Actually, I wanna... Can't steal another thing yet. I'm gonna have to actually restart the game for that one achievement. Okay. But yeah, I'll be right back. dying every turn. From the big piss. Alright, let's beat this fucking game. You find Pekes waiting near where you first met, at the entrance of the docking tunnel for the Founder's End ferry. They are leaning beside the wall in the flickering light, and you realize how different they look from when you first met. There's a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion in their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for want of a better word, solid. Sleeper. They spot you and a small smile crosses their face. Glad you came. I want to be anywhere else. The smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slates, and a torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peke talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over the furthest part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. Ugh. They run a hand along the buckled metal of the walls, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peke ducks through a fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So, this place has always been on borrowed time. We've managed to weave together old connections and run a new patch down to where the mainline still runs through the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile. Just like keeping those old XPR platforms running, Eshe would be proud if she bothered to help. As Peke goes quiet, the corridor opens out into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side, thick with wiring. Here, this is the connection point. You can see where Peke has levered off the panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it stakes into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. What now? Now we make the connection, Peke pauses. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one. The ends separate, fitting with multi-pin male and female connectors embraced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Together, bring them together, seal them, and the greenway shall be connected with the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peke shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing their hair out of their eyes. I feel like this should be more monumentous. Like there should be some ritual or ceremony. They pause. Or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. Are we sure this is right? Peke looks at you with mild panic. Seriously? They laugh. You know what, Sleeper? Just stand back. Peke shakes their head. If it's the flux or this, well then, I choose this. They hold both sides of the supporting framework, ready to scissor it close. Here we go. Peke wrenches the framework close, and the connectors thunk together with a sound of echoes down the ruined corridor into the dark of both sides. Both you and Peke wait with bated breath, unsure what it is that you're waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning, or lurching its axis, for the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peke's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? They put a hand on their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flow like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushed out into the sunlight. Crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires, like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and writhes there, like liquid roots. Peke sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least, but it's everywhere, and now it is out. It can't be put back in. That much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil sucking up the gardener and its cores. The gaps filling with burbling, constant growing life. Peke stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Gardener is free. Peke nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peke's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process, and they stare at it. It's a look of confusion across their face. What happened? Peke's mouth falls open. It's Eshe. They swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they have turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. Peke. They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette, lit by their data torch, suddenly rapidly disappear around. Ugh. Blah 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 blah. Disappear rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Peke gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around look like pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They are gardeners now. You work your way up through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peke panicked, running towards the corridor, realizing their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they'll be able to persuade Eshe to stay. If Eshe is going, you think the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness, and you push it away. You're not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way out into the lit corridor of the Founder's Ferry Dock. Castor is waiting for you. He holds up his hand. Now, sleeper. No need to fear. He raises his eyebrows. I understand now. It was my mistake to try and force you. A miscalculation. Get lost. I understand you are angry. That is a reasonable reaction. He pushes the glasses up his nose. I only ask that you continue in the spirit of being reasonable and allow me to state my case. I won't hold you here, sleeper. Castor stands to the side, but I wish to speak. Listen. You stop, giving Castor his opportunity. Castor nods. At first, I thought that, if you'll excuse this turn of phrase, taking possession of your peculiar talents was the opportunity. He smiles a broad smile. But you are more than that, and I understand that now. Your arrival on the station, your ability to touch the networks, this makes you very definition of a wild card. He touches the rim of his glasses. Senate states stats analysis, my analysis. We could never have accounted for you. The system, the Halion system, is about to experience a significant change, about to open up to Senate stats spell-ifs, Conway's Clements, and every industry and element and active clan channel brings. Yet this very cycle, you'll let another wildcard free, Gardener. I have to admit, this development makes me afraid, Sleeper. It makes me afraid that an intelligence like this It makes me afraid what an intelligence like this will sacrifice to protect itself, or what atrocities it might commit through madness. And yet, Castor's eyes glance. What a compelling object such an intelligence is. Let me protect you, mark you out, keep Senstat from eliminating by force or legal expediency you, as they will with every other squatter in this ring. The squatter claps their hands together. In exchange, when Senstat comes for this place, you facilitate the handover, you calm the protocols, you give us the Gardener. Never. Castor takes Castor takes their glasses and polish them. Disappointing. You begin to leave. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whisper. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value. If you ever want to see that realized. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation. or just another differential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. It doesn't matter either way, you're done with him. You head towards the cordon. Peggy and the flotilla are in the forefront of your mind. Yeah, no, Castor can fuck off. Castor can fuck off the edge of my peen. You arrive in chaos at the cordon. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks and have formed along the... I got distracted by a thing. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks and have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the Eye. The fear created by the Flux event became a series of rumors, and these rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the Eye, refusing to arrive and to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You're unsure of what to think. Is this collapse a certainty? Will Pekka's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You're tired of these questions, and instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Pekka and Esche. At the far side of the Chaotic Bay, you quickly make your way through the crowds, slipping between the gaps in the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear the voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You have made your decision, Pekka, and it puts you against me. Esche is standing on one foot on the boarding ramp. While Pekka argues with her, the evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene, but intimidated by Esche's evident strength and attitude. Esche, it doesn't have to be like this. Pekka looks desperate. Tear tracks are already on their cheeks. We can find a way. Esche shakes her head. I have always protected you, Pekka. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand that you're not mine to control, and you have chosen to be here and not with me, despite everything. I have chosen to stop running, Pekka cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try and live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Esche? Esche turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne. What it was like to be worried about your safety every cycle, to live under the control of my mother, of the administration, to work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in this system. You talk as if this place, in the very same system, is any different. What is there but the same grind of other masters, for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles. There may not be a corporation controlling the Eye, but there is control. There is power in action here. So what then? Pekka shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search for freedom. In search for some perfect place where no one has power over you. Pekka is crying openly now. I want to be part of something, Esche, even if it's broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. Esche pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood, or by our shared need to escape. We're both just people in this system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Pekka. You are free of me. Esche, please. They hold out a hand. There is a life here if you want it. Esche turns and smiles at Pekka, her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Pekka. I can't. As she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuee is taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. The crowds are disappearing now, and they get onto the shuttles, or say their goodbyes and move back onto the main port of the cordon. You push back the last of them to reach Pekka. Pekka doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper, Esche is gone. You should go too. Pekka shakes her head. No, I'm sure now. They look at the flotilla. This is the way it should be. They turn to face her. You. I miss the Briar, but she serves as Shaywell. I know that. Sleeper, the shot takes you by surprise as you turn to see Sol coming across the bay towards you. The last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. I can't believe you make an old man run across the bay to get you. He pauses to take a breath. The singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala, safely cradled within one of the singer ships, on her way to the starward belt, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? Sol interrupts your thoughts. They force our hand. We have to leave now. Sol shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyways. I recommend I recon any hostile spacers out there, give them a wide berth. Pilgrim seeds will need little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the steppe ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well stocked for the journey to the belt. He pauses. Anyways, I didn't plod all the way over here just to tell you that. Sol looks between you and Peke with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper, but good to my word, and I kept a berth for you. But this is your last chance to take it. He scratches his beard. Make a call. You glance out of the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Hylian's sun. You think of the long journey to the starward belts and the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. You think of the people here on the eye, of Peggy beside you, of the Bantayan of Tala, and the key that still hangs around your neck, of promises and possibilities. God, final ending time. We're gonna leave, and then when we load up, you'll stay. You open your mouth speaking. You realize this is the final time you will make this choice. You will have to be sure. I'm leaving. You say the words, and they seem to carry your heart out of your mouth with them. You feel lightheaded, spinning as you tumble out of the bay into an open space. Sol nods. Come on then, let's go. You freeze for a moment, feeling Peke's presence beside you, and the moment to speak disappears. I'm sorry, Peke. Peke shakes their head. I understand, Sleeper. They pause. I hope you find a home someday. And then you are walking with Sol across the bay, without trying, your step light and your head spinning. Sol grips your hand and helps you onto the shuttle ramp, and as he does, you feel a thick texture of his worn hands in great detail, as if you were touching some cratered landscape. You grip them lightly as you get on board. As the ramp begins to close, you see Peke watching at a distance, their face half covered by their hair. They raise their hand in farewell, and as they do, you take something in their expression that you can't quite place. A sense of determination, perhaps, or a compressed anger, something that will drive them forward from this point on, to a future that you can believe will be better. And then the shuttle ramp closes, and the metal box you're inside rumbles and tilts. Some of the evacuees with a screech at the screech at the sudden movement, but they settle as the ship carves its way on out of the bay towards the flotilla, towards whatever comes next. When you arrive there, you will find a berth, just as Sol promised, tucked in among hundreds others, like a strange neighborhood of tiny flats. The communal canteens, the water supply, the farm stacks, these shared spaces will become the center of this new reality, the places where stories are shared, where signals and messages from other ships of the system and the eye itself are interpreted and discussed. You will find yourself unable to resist listening in on these conversations about the eye, any scrap of data or detail. This is how you'll hear that another flux event hit not long after the flotilla hit, one that knocked out the power for the whole free spoke, they say. disconnecting the hub from the rim for many cycles, one that crippled many systems and cost many lives. But the flotilla, having departed from enough time, will outrun the flux, and you and all the evacuees will be thankful for this mercy. You will also hear of the strange growth that people started reporting around the station in the wake of the events, fungal crust that pushed through the pipes and wirings. Rumors of the eye going wild and Fisund will travel quickly around the Pilgrim Seed, telling stories of the station of increasing unpredictability, prone to seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. As your long journey across the system becomes a dull routine of the same faces and places, you will delight to overhear that the eye persists despite everything. That collapsed systems are rebooted and replaced, that the new seasons of growth and decay bring with them plenitude of resources and surprises. You will hear that Havenage has consolidated their power around the Hardline group led by Kemp, and this will push them further from the people of the Eye. As they decay, new forms of station administration will rise, though the Hardliners will persist as a dangerous force. And after a long time, you will find the stories of the Eye become less, the signals and messages fewer, replaced instead by a new array broadcast, this time from Senate Stat, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. These messages will set the rumor mill of the Pilgrim Seed spinning, and you will rarely have a moment when you didn't hear mention of the company and its claims. Occasionally on the long trip, you'll make a pilgrimage to the dust houses on a supply shuttle and gather club heads among the mulch. You'll talk with Aki as they are processed into stabilizer and hear how the plants are changing, adapting, becoming ever entwined with a new and unprecedented ecosystem. And then in the final part of your journey, as you reach the far parts of the system where few signals travel and the starboard belt girds the system like a defensive ring, there will be distant reports of another fleet entering the system. Another banner that is all too familiar, Conway Extractions. My boyfriend brought me food. Ooh. By the time this happens, you and the evacuees will have to discuss the events less and less, perhaps in the hopes of avoiding the implicated in the coming corporate war. And finally, one cycle, far from this moment, you will arrive at an asteroid port in the starboard belt. One you will have to yet to know, and all the evacuees will be released into it. In that moment, half the system and hundreds of cycles away from the Eye, you'll think back on the time there with equal sadness and fondness. And then you will step out into the Pilgrim Seed, never to return, and once more try and make a future for yourself that might be different to those false futures promised to you by so many times. But for now, you're remaining on the shuttle, angling it away towards the base of the Pilgrim Seed, carrying the hopes of all who tremble quietly within it. And in this moment, you feel the Eye release you, just as Eshe released Peke, and it feels so good. Well. I'm feeling emotional. Okay. I didn't get an achievement for that. Okay. So, I am doing my usual thing of turboing through the Peke thing. First, I need to take a bite of my food. I'm hungry. That smells so good. My boyfriend made meatloaf. And we also got some like pre-made mac and cheese, and I got like a fancy lobster mac one. That's pretty okay. That's real good. Okay, I'm skipping through all of this until the choice. I'm pretty much just reading after the choice. Because if I go through this again, I will cry live on stream. Well, Peke nods. I've known her my whole life, but they wiped her face. But since we arrived, we've been going our different directions. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Escher well. I know that at least. Okay. I'm gonna stay. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you'll make this choice. You have to be sure. I'm staying. You say these words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend upon you. You stumble a little, and then you stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel a tightness in your chest, and a haze blurring your thoughts. Soul nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and rough hand feels so real, so detailed, that it grounds you. Then it is gone, and Soul goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder, and it grounds you once more. Your turn to see Peke's bright eyes. Let's go, sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peke puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance of the bay. As you do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the ship lifts off. The angles towards the flotilla, you don't turn. Indeed, you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peke beside you, holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the eye. You will both hold things for each other, remind each other of the choices you made, remind each other of why it is important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You'll keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux event hits the eye, when it knocks the entire free smoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch in its sickening mushing, which crippled system and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark, or start venting oxygen. When holding on is all you can do while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet somehow the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many. But to you and Peke, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measures. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event. Fungal crust pushing through pipes and wirings. The eye will go wild and fecund, becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be strange and unsettling beauty into this paradigm shift as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Riko will take on the challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day, she'll delay the new mysteries of the eye and its gardener produce. And as the new era consolidates around the station, you will find yourself in the Bation motorcycles, working to keep the place alive. The cycle where you invite Emphas to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bation will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparations on this station's now abundant mushrooms. And on occasion, after a long shift at the Bation, you will hear the sound of the stray meal mewing, and you will crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat as it's only thing in your world, as it is the only thing in your world that matters. However, into all of this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Sat, frustrated by the eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will slowly stop arriving, stopped by the blockade of corporate militia. Life on the Eye will be punctuated by a wide-channel broadcast from Sinistat stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Havenish will consolidate their power around the Harline group led by Kemp, but this will push them further down from the people of the Eye. As they decay, new forms of station administration will arise, though the Hardliners will persist as a dangerous force. As the cycles roll on and their threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims like assets within the Helion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tell inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths and housing cultures of increasing resilience. As the Helion system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the space of the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues to avoid decay. It's unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, past and potential futures, and this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. And one cycle, far from now, that accumulation of memories and tastes of people and places and moments will be the last thing you'll let go of. And for now, there is only you and Peke, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay, two figures born of crippled systems, linked together, continuing despite their origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus only on the next step, because that is the only way you have learned to persist. And to persist is to believe in the future. Any future at all is possible. Well. Is there more to this, or will it kick me back to the title? Yeah. Well, shit. Okay, I beat Citizen Sleeper. I have more or less every achievement besides one, and I think the final two are just like congrats for like 100% in the game. Good job. But yeah, holy shit, that was a very long game, and we're actually at the end. So yeah, thank you for everyone that was following me for this game for the entire way through. Mostly hopeful, and I think I had like one lurker that always pops in, but I'm not sure. But thank you for being with me for the end of this game. It was a really good game, easily one of my favorites now at this point. Very emotional. I'm still kind of choked up at that ending, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna call the stream here for tonight, as I wish to relax and, I don't know, eat my food. I got a lot of good food placed in front of me. But yeah, Thank you all for watching, and I hope you all have a wonderful night or day or whatever time it is for you. And have a good one. Bye!